is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox. We are Ohio.
Turned out to be a very nice weather Wednesday here in Cincinnati. The Reds are back to be home after the trip from Philadelphia and Cleveland as the Ohio Cup continues here tonight at GABP. Reds and the Tribe here on Fox Sports Ohio. And hi, everyone, and welcome to Reds Baseball. Along with Chris Walsh and Jim Day, I'm Jim Kelch. Welcome to GABP and the continuation of this split four-game series, Reds and the Indians. Chris, the Reds are trying to get on the board still in this series. They'll ask the left-hander Brendan Finnegan to get it going early. Finnegan has pitched against the Indians but never started against them.
Well, you know, Finnegan coming off kind of a rough start, too, where he went out there and he walked a number of batters and he came out of the strike zone. And, you know, he's a guy that I think you're going to begin to see a transition on this week with Brandon Finnegan. He has never been a pitcher in his amateur baseball days or his college days or his minor league days to really worry about where the ball goes. He's a rare back and let it fly pitcher. But when you get to this level, these hitters just are too good to do that. And I think that he's going to start hitting spots a little bit more, maybe backing off that effort, and you're going to see better control than you have out of Finnegan the last three starts.
Well, if what we saw in Cleveland is any indication, this Indians team, even though they weren't hitting much coming into this series, really took off in those two games at
Rajai Davis, for instance, was 0 for 18 before this series began. He's now 5 for 7 in this series. Francisco Lindor is especially impressive to me. He's a guy that hits the ball to all different parts of the field, especially down the left field line. A very controlled swing for a 22-year-old. The Indians really have a gem in him. And Mike Napoli, he's been providing a lot of the power the Indians have had all year long. Watch him for the home run ball. He gets the ball in the inner part of the plate. He can unjam it a long, long way.
Well, if you look at the other side of things for Cleveland, they will have a young man making his major league debut tonight, 25-year-old Mike Clevenger.
I know a lot of people really looking forward to seeing him pitch. You know, last year in Double-A, it was his first ever full minor league season. He came over to the Indians from the Angels in a one-on-one trade for Vinny Pastano, and boy, has he ever impressed here so far this year. He's one of these right-handers who's making his debut, who's really earned his way to the major leagues.
All right, tonight, Game 3 of this four-game series. The Battle of the Ohio Cup continues tonight here on the banks of the Ohio River. We'll take a break. When we come back, International Museum Day. What's that all about? Jim Day will explain.
It's going to be a good night at the ballpark tonight against the Indians. Temperatures will be falling through the 60s into the 50s. A little cool late, but we should be clearing out. Mostly clear by the end of the game. Let's go Reds.
I'm Jim Day. It's International Museum Day. So naturally, we came and took a stroll through the Reds Hall of Fame in museum. We've said it many times. Outside of Cooperstown, this is the best museum for baseball in the United States. And it is my belief, and the belief of many others, the numbers that Jay Bruce has put up in a Reds uniform, someday they'll have a plaque in here. Jay Bruce is the subject of our Steel Power Tool Performer because that left-handed bat has been heating up of late. Last 10 games, .417 average, 10 for 24. Over that span, that's second best in the National League. He's got a home run, 4 runs driven in, also scored 5 runs, and has walked 3 times. And we're seeing Jay Bruce spray the ball all over the field. So hopefully he can continue that as the Reds look for a victory against the Indians. Stay with us. On the other side, it's lineups and first pitch as the Ohio Cup battle continues. Reds and Indians on your home for Reds baseball, Fox Sports Ohio.
Brought to you by Chevy. Check out their award-winning lineup only at your Tri-State Chevy dealer. By Cincinnati USA Regional Tourism Network. Stay close to CincinnatiUSA.com. And by Skyline Chili. Feeling good. It's Skyline time. Reds take the field, led by the left-hander, Brandon Finnegan. Will be making start number 9 tonight. But as we mentioned, his first start ever against the Cleveland Indians. Here's tonight's Elk and Elk storylines brought to you by Elk and Elk. Indians and Reds last 11 games here at Great American Ballpark. 9-2 in favor of the Reds. Almost double the runs scored by Cincinnati and almost 100 percentage point difference in batting average and more home runs. So the Reds have been getting it done here against the Tribe, just like the Indians have been getting it done in Cleveland against the Reds. Terry Francona, a former Reds player, albeit only 1 year, back in 1987. You ask him about playing for the Reds. He said, well, I was on the Reds. I really didn't play a whole lot, but I was a Red back in '87. His lineup looks like this tonight. Rajay Davis will lead off and play center field. Kipnis at second base. Francisco Lindor, the shortstop. Mike Napoli, Jose Ramirez, Yan Gomes in the middle. Marlon Byrd, the former Red 7, Juan Uribe 8. Pitcher Mike Clevenger will bat 9th and make his major league debut here tonight. On the mound for the Reds,
23-year-old Brandon Finnegan.
Well, Brandon Finnegan is trying to turn things around, at least from a standpoint of being able to throw the ball over the plate with a little more consistency. This number right here, where you see walks and innings pitched, is a disturbing one, except that Finnegan so far really hasn't been hurt by all that much. His batting average on ball in play is very low, so he's been able to pitch around a little bit of inconsistency as far as balls and strikes. Now we've got a delay somehow on the field. I'm not really sure why. The home plate umpire is telling Brandon Finnegan, go ahead, throw some more warm-up pitches.
One of the umpires was on the headset for some reason down there. That looks like Mike Everett, the crew chief. He had the headset on.
You know, sometimes what's happened here is that the electronics that connect between the ballparks and New York aren't working right. So they may tell the managers before the game there is no review available right now. It's very rare, but it has happened. I'm wondering if that may be the case here.
Either way, it looks like it's straightened out. Now we're ready to go. Finnegan and Davis, and the first pitch misses up and away, and we are underway. 66 degrees here at Great American Ballpark for this, the 40th game of the 2016 baseball season. Davis at 243, couple of homers, 15 runs batted in. Of course, there's really not an Indians player in the first two games of this series that hasn't improved his average. Their lineup from top to bottom all had a hit in both games over in Cleveland Monday night and last night. Davis a particularly good 2 games, 5 out of 7. He scored 6 times, 4 times last night. That's Brian Blakeney, the first base umpire on the appeal, said yes. Rajay Davis went around. Jason Kipnis on deck. Now Rajay Davis, the former Giant, former Pirate from years ago. We'll look at a 3-2 pitch from Brandon Finnegan.
Well, with the way he threw that last breaking pitch, I would imagine that Davis is looking fastball right here.
Down he goes on strikes, and a good start for Brandon Finnegan.
Boy, what a nice pitch there on a 3-2 count. I mean, finally Brandon got his entire delivery together. He got way out in front and released that ball. Look at the action on that 94-mile-an-hour fastball, and a perfect spot.
So the leadoff man is gone. The batter now the second baseman, Jason Kipnis. Kipnis comes in at 292, 5 home runs, driven in 21. Lefty matchup here for Kipnis has not been his strength this year. Against lefties, hitting only .217. Votto will feed Finnegan, and he wins the race to the base. Close down there. He just got in ahead of Kipnis. Take a look at the Reds' defensive setup, brought to you by your Ford dealers. Behind Finnegan, they line up like this. Holt gets to start in left field tonight. Hamilton in center, Bruce in right. Left side of the infield is Suarez and Cozart. Right side is Votto at first base and Phillips at second base. Barnhart is catching Brandon Finnegan.
Well, the one guy in this ballpark right now that's probably fairly surprised is Tyler Holt, because he's looking right dead into the sun. It begins about the middle of May. It lasts until sometime in September. This time of day, boy, is it hard to see a ball come off the bat in left field.
It takes, what, about a half an hour or so until that's out of the way?
Yeah, it may not even take that long now, but by the time you get into mid-June, it lasts probably until the 4th or 5th inning.
Two balls, no strikes now to Francisco Lindor, runner-up last year in the American League Rookie of the Year voting. having a very good year this year. 317. That's 10th best in the league. Switch hitter batting from the right side, and he's done very well against lefties to the tune of a .400 batting average. And he'll add to that here with a 2-out single. I kind of wanted to hold it back just in case Lindor was retired, but he gets the hit. The Reds have now gone 19 consecutive innings without retiring the side in order.
Boy, he just goes right upstairs and picks on a high fastball from Brandon Finnegan and hits it sharply in that hole between third and short. This young man is turning into being a magician with the bat. I mean, coming up through the minor leagues with the Indians, defense was always his forte. I mean, they say he makes plays that are simply unbelievable, but we've been most impressed with the way he's swinging the bat here in this series.
First pitch swinging Napoli. Billy Hamilton from shadow to sunlight. He'll handle that. And Lindor's single goes for naught in the top of the first. And here's a look at Brian Price's lineup card tonight. Cozart, Hamilton, and Votto at the top. Phillips, Bruce, and Suarez in the middle. Holt, Barnhart, and Finnegan, the bottom three against this young right-hander making his major league debut tonight, Mike Clevenger.
Well, he's young, but he's a couple of years older than the left-hander that the Reds are running out on the mound tonight, making his debut, as you said, coming up from the Columbus Clippers, where he was a perfect 5-0. Clevenger, a right-hander that the Indians got in exchange for Vinny Pestano, a relief pitcher, when they traded into the Angels. Clevenger came the other way, and at that time he was pretty much an unknown minor leaguer. The Indians made a few changes mechanically to him. And under the radar, he became all of a sudden one of the better prospects in the Indians organization.
Well, he is their top right-handed pitching prospect as he makes his debut tonight. The first big league pitch he throws is wrecked into left field for a base hit for Zach Cozart. Good start for the Reds here in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, that's simply good, smart hitting on the part of Cozart. He knows that this young man who excels with a fastball is going to throw a first pitch fastball. So why not be ready for it? If it comes in waist high, put a good level swing on it.
Well, the batter will be Billy Hamilton. Clevenger, a native of Jacksonville, Florida. He played at the Citadel for a year. And then at Seminole Community College down in Sanford, Florida, before being drafted by the Angels.
You know what they call the freshman at the Citadel?
No.
He was a knob. K-N-O-B. That's what they call the freshman at the Citadel. And not only that, but they shave your head completely, which probably didn't go too well for Michael Clevenger.
No, and I would say maybe, this is an outside guess, maybe he has not had a haircut since then.
Certainly looks like it.
He falls into the category of Jacob deGrom and Noah Syndergaard, the old Tim Lincecum, maybe even our John Lamb.
Good looking pitch there. That's a changeup. At one time when he was in the Angels organization, that changeup was rated the best off-speed pitch by a minor leaguer in the organization. I don't know how they rate those, but that's a good one right there. Had Billy way out in front.
Clevenger a year ago was the minor league pitcher of the year in the Indians organization. That's the Bob Feller Award. He had a 2.73 ERA, led their minor leagues in strikeouts and in batting average against. Those were his numbers last year at Akron.
Comes another changeup. We have the ability to peek in the back of his glove from that center field camera and know ahead of time what's coming in there. So when you see his middle finger and his ring finger and his pinky finger on top of the baseball, it's a typical circle change grip that he was throwing an off-speed pitch to the hitter. This is the fastball. Got me. It was a curveball.
You could only see half the ball.
Well, I'll tell you, you know, we've heard about his slider. We've heard about his fastball. His curveball is kind of an unknown pitch, but that was a very nice delivery on it right there. Just missed upside.
Kipnis, Lindor, they get an out at second base on Kozar. Take a look at the Indians now defensively behind Clevenger tonight. They line up like this. Ramirez in left, Davis in center, Bird in right. Uribe, Lindor, Kipnis, and Napoli third to first. Clevenger throws to Yan Gomes. No one on, one out for Joey Votto. Comes off a very disappointing road trip. 1 out of 16 for Joey Votto. The hit was a double. And it came in the Cleveland series, came on Monday night. He had a double in the 5th inning. He went hitless in Philadelphia. Now you see his average starting the day just .213. By the way, what Chris had talked about earlier, when we saw Mike Everett with the headset on over near the Indians dugout, there is apparently some communication issue between here and New York, and so the managers still will have their challenges available to them, but they have also unlimited crew chief reviews tonight in this game. Two and 0 to Votto.
Well, I think that Billy Hamilton is still trying to figure out the move of Mike Clevenger. Yan Gomes very good behind the plate. He's got a strong arm. He has allowed 11 stolen bases and has thrown out 6.
Keep our eye on Billy. He has been thrown out stealing each of his last 2 times that he has attempted in his career. He has never been thrown out 3 times in a row.
Well, anytime you can get back to the base standing up, you're not at the peak of your lead. Oftentimes a really good base runner will get a big lead over there, a one-way lead they call it, and then force the pitcher to throw over so you can size up his move, how quick his feet are, what he may give away as his first move. Really
creeping off over there.
That's one of the things that Billy Hamilton does that some other base stealers don't do. He continues to inch his way off the bag. Little bit, so that the longer the pitcher holds the ball, and that's one of the things pitchers are taught to do to try to control the running game, the bigger the lead he gets. I got to figure Yan Gomes just went out there and said, hey, you know, your biggest problem in this inning is the guy standing in the batter's box, not the guy at first base.
Billy's going. Votto strikes out. That is out number 2, and that's a stolen base for Billy. Hamilton gets his 8th of the year.
Nearly an impossible pitch to throw a runner out on, a slow changeup, but he got what he wanted out of Joey Votto. Maybe that was a curveball. It was a curveball, or maybe a slider, but Hamilton got a big break right there, and Gomes never got a throw off.
Now a chance with runner in scoring position for Brandon Phillips, and he's been very good at that this year. Coming into this game overall is at 277. He ranks in the top 10 in the league in hitting with runners in scoring position at 421. See if the Reds could take the early lead in this game. Actually did that on Monday over in Cleveland. They led 4-0 after 2.5. Of course, they ultimately lost that game 15-6, and last night 13-1. Billy going to third, and a ground ball on one hop to short. Phillips is out, and the inning is over. At the ballpark for as low as $12. This Saturday, the first 25,000 fans will receive a Ken Griffey Jr. dual bobblehead thanks to St. Elizabeth Healthcare. For tickets, you can call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com. Ken Griffey Jr. dual bobblehead on Saturday. It'll be a big day. It's a 4:10 start, by the way, so I'm sure you've written that down. If you think it's a night game, it's not. Think it's an afternoon game, it's not. It's right there in the middle. Finnegan back to work. Jose Ramirez leads things off here in the top of the second.
Had a very interesting conversation with Brandon Finnegan on Sunday. That was the day that he threw his in-between start bullpen session. He pitched on Friday against the Phillies, and then he throws his bullpen on Sunday.
Bruce coming in. Oh, and Bruce let that ball drop in front of him, and that's a base hit for Ramirez.
A little bit of a late break for Jay Bruce right there. Not sure if he saw the ball coming off the bat that well, because it looked like he either hesitated or even took a step back at very first, and that ball just died right in front of him. But the content of the conversation with Finnegan was, you know, he was really never all that bothered by the walks, because he's always been able to pitch around those with his great arm and his stuff and his strikeout pitches. When you get to this level, he said, you know, I've never been one of these pitchers that wants to spot up the baseball, meaning hit certain spots in the pitching zone. But he did that during his last bullpen session, and those that were out there to watch it said he was just sensational. I mean, everything was exactly where he wanted it, backed off the effort level just slightly to be able to do that. And you still have the action on the fastball. You still have enough speed on it to get it by the hitters, or at least get them off your fastball with some breaking balls. But he's got great action if he can just get out there and finish it down and away.
Hammered towards center field by Gomes. Hamilton on the run. He's not going to get it. Short hops the wall. Racing to third, Ramirez. He will be held there by Mike Sarbaugh, third base coach of the Indians, and Yan Gomes really put a charge into that ball.
Well, Gomes has gotten off to a horrendous start, but little by little he is providing the Indians a lot of power. His home runs and his RBIs are among the team leaders, and an incredibly strong young man nearly drives it out of here to center field.
Another one that had a good series in Cleveland, 3 for 8 against the Reds with 5 runs batted in. Here now is the former Red Marlin Bird.
This guy will be up there hacking now. He's not up there to take a walk. Marlon Byrd is always one of those hitters that are among the highest swing rate percentage in all of baseball.
Doesn't want to get cheated. Goes up there hacking. Three home runs, 14 RBIs for Bird. 4 for 9 in the series thus far.
A few times last year with Marlon Byrd that you know, every once in a while you see him get angry at the umpire if he gets rung up on strike 3, and then when you do a little research and you realize that he is such a free swinger, you realize, you know, how can you ever call me out on strike 3, because if it's close, I'm hacking.
Good point.
The count is getting better and better in his favor, although you do have a base open at first base and the bottom of the order coming up. But I remember it's a very tough Uribe on deck.
Bird, of course, played 96 games with the Reds here last year prior to his trade to San Francisco. Played 39 more out there. Really did much better out there in terms of average, in terms of RBIs. He was not signed by anyone until the Indians signed him on the 18th of March to a minor league contract. He made the club, and he's been an everyday guy. In part because of the Michael Brantley injury, the shoulder injury, which had him sidelined to start the year. Came back, only played a handful of games, and Michael Brantley back on the DL now for the Indians.
The Indians signed Marlon Byrd one day after the Reds signed Alfredo Simon. Both of these guys, veteran players, sitting around their homes wondering if they're going to get a chance to play big league baseball, at least get signed early enough to play right from the very beginning of the season.
Bruce broke back, now breaks in, and he gets the ball on a slide, but that's going to allow the run to score. Touching the plate is Jose Ramirez, and the Indians have taken a 1-0 lead.
Well, I think the second ball out there, the Jay has not seen the ball come off the bat well. He's not read it well. And by the fact that he had a slide on this, it's certainly going to give the Indians a run, because there's no way you're going to throw somebody out when you're sitting on your backside.
Well, one veteran follows another. Here's Juan Uribe.
Well, you have a base open at first base, but you've got the pitcher coming up next, and more than likely, if he reaches, that is, Uribe reaches, Clevenger will be up there in his first appearance as a hitter in the major leagues. He'll be asked to bunt.
Right at the former Indian Holt. He stood his ground for a second to make sure he had the right read on that, and he did. That thing was hit hard enough to knock a guy over.
That ball found the fielder.
Holt getting a chuckle out of it out there. So the pitcher will bat, and that brings up the interesting situation with interleague play when the games are played in National League ballparks. The pitchers bat when they're played in American League ballparks. They use the DH like they do during the season. I've heard conversation to make it a little bit more interesting. They should actually flip-flop it. When it's in an American League ballpark, have the pitchers hit so the American League fans get to see something they don't normally see, and vice versa.
Interesting idea.
Not only is this Clevenger's first big league at bat, it's his first professional at bat. Drafted back in 2011.
He's having fun.
Short hop by Votto, who will take it himself, and the inning is over. But the sac fly by Bird gives the Indians the lead in the middle of the second. Fox Sports Ohio photo booth inside the fan zone here at GABP to get a souvenir photo and great prizes. 1-0 Indians. We go to the bottom of the second. Into the leadoff hit in the first by Cozart. And then Mike Clevenger was able to get the Reds in order after that. This inning he'll get Bruce, Suarez, and Tyler Holt. Indians are right now the holder of the Ohio Cup. This is game 3 of the 4 games of the Ohio Cup this year. The team that wins the most, you know the story, gets the cup. Last year the Indians won 5 out of 6 games, so they're the holder of the Ohio Cup. They had taken it away from the Reds, who had it the year before when they won 3 out of 4. Back to 4 games between the teams this year. Bruce walks to the plate to lead things off. Heard Jim Day say earlier he is hitting .417 in his last 10 days, .500 in his last 6 games. Overall .276. Big shift on as usual for Bruce. Second baseman Kipnis is out shallow right. Said in the store today he's just really gotten used to the shift. In fact, when it's not on, it's a real rarity.
Well, Jay got 2 hits in the first game of that series up in Cleveland that went opposite field. One a ground ball and one a little bloop single into left field. The only thing that I think is very interesting about this shift is that the left fielder is still playing very deep. I mean, he's out there near the warning track. And you don't really see Jay Bruce drive the ball to left field all that much, although he did hit a home run inside that foul pole last time the Reds were at home. But that's more of a rarity than it is something that you see as a trend.
He walks here on a 3-2 pitch, and so for the second inning in a row, the Reds get the leadoff man on. Nothing certainly to compare it to with regard to Clevenger at the big league level. This year at AAA Columbus, he was 5-0 with a 3.03 ERA. His worst outing was an outing against the Reds AAA team in Louisville on the 20th of April when he allowed 5 runs, 6 hits in 4 1/3 innings. In terms of walked, he walked 17 in 35 2/3, basically 1 every 2 innings. Suarez starting to heat up a little bit. He's hitting 5 in a row. Road trip, he went 8 for 23. Overall 8 home runs, 23 runs batted in. Got him on an off-speed pitch.
Yeah, back-to-back really nice looking sliders out of Michael Clevenger. I mean, this one better than the previous one because it really goes from being a strike to a ball, which is a perfect pitch when you have 2 strikes on a hitter and have at least 1 pitch to waste. You know what I like about Clevenger is that he throws hard with good arm speed, but he doesn't really look like he does it out of control. I mean, he's not out there trying to to set a record on the radar gun. He's still trying to throw the ball to a spot in the strike zone, and he keeps his head nice and still.
Here gets the former Indian Tyler Holt.
A lot of first pitch strikes too, and those strikes are normally right down around the knees. Little dewdrop in.
To right field. Bird is there. Marlin makes the catch for out number 2. The batter will be Tucker Barnhart. Barnhart last night a hit 1 out of 3, one of the 5 hits the Reds had. What a job last night by Danny Salazar of the Indians. Certainly one of the up and coming stars in Major League Baseball. Barnhart at 256.
Yeah, Salazar looked very good. He, of course, is a product of the minor league system of the Indians. He just a year older than Clevenger.
Clevenger in the rotation for the Tribe, replacing Cody Anderson, who started on Monday over in Cleveland against the Reds. Anderson, in fact, after that game was sent down to the minor leagues. It's touched him up for 6 runs and 4 1/3. Today, to make room for Clevenger, they send Tyler Naquin down. Two and 1.
They still like Cody Anderson. He has done some pretty good things in the major leagues, especially in the second half of last year. But they're going to go with the hot hand. This is the ball club that wants to stay as close as they can to the Chicago White Sox. They're 3.5 games back right now, and they've got a game on the Royals.
Toward left field. And Ramirez, converted infielder, playing mostly outfield these days, makes the catch. Barnhart retired, and the inning is over.
coverage of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile. Clayton Kershaw, first pitcher in MLB history with 10 or more strikeouts and 1 or less walks in 6 straight starts. Chris Davis joined Joey Votto as the only players to cap off a 3-home run game with a walk-off grand slam. And look at Jackie Bradley, keeps on keeping on. 22-game hitting streak now. That is the longest in the major leagues this season.
Good stuff right there, particularly Clayton Kershaw. 10 strikeouts, 1 walk or less, 6 straight starts. Good stuff. Rajai Davis will step in to lead things off here for the Indians in the 3rd. Struck out to start this game against Brandon Finnegan.
Interesting, Chris Davis getting off over there at the Oakland A's, hitting 11 home runs now. He was a guy that used to do a lot of damage here at this ballpark and in Milwaukee against the Reds.
Chris Davis, K-H-R-I-S versus C-H-R-I-S. A couple of Chris Davises out there.
That would be correct with a C.
You don't miss a thing, do you?
Oh, I miss a lot. But that's why I have you here. Brandon Finnegan, one of those pitchers, and you're seeing more and more of these pitchers that use a modified set position as their full windup. And if you go to the rule book, you know, the rule book defines 2 different types of pitching deliveries. One is a full windup and the other is a set. It is a set. The stretch is actually what happens before you get ready to pitch. Brandon really doesn't go much into the stretch, at least not out of the full windup there. And there's no problem with that. I mean, a lot of pitching coaches teach that to young pitchers. I'm talking about 10, 12-year-olds, because oftentimes you get in a full motion, you get a lot of moving parts and everything gets out of whack.
A la Ross Ollendorf.
Yeah. The only problem comes in for umpires is when there's a runner on base and that full windup resembles the set windup. I'm not saying it does that with Finnegan, but there are some pitchers that where it's so close one to the other that you can make an argument of a balk happening, and it puts the umpires in a tough spot.
Rajai Davis puts a charge into this ball. Holt will look up, and that's a home run. His 3rd of the year. And the Indians double up now and lead 2-0.
Well, all we heard about when the Reds ended up going from Philadelphia to Cleveland was how bad and how much the Indians offense was struggling. Rajai Davis at the time was 0 for 18 in his previous 18 at bats. And he hits this one a long, long way to double up the Indians' lead. I don't see the non-offense, actually. I mean, 15 runs one night, 13 the next. 2 here in the first 2 innings plus.
Davis now has 6 hits in 9 at-bats in this series. Scored 7 times. Always known for his speed, ability to steal bases, but in this series at least he has hit and hit well. One of 4 veteran free agents that the Indians signed to 1-year contracts. Try to get over the top this year. Davis being 1, Bird being another, Uribe being another. Napoli being a 4th. Down on strikes goes Kipnis for the first out. Batter is Francisco Lindor. He's tonight's IGS, bringing the energy. Most 3-hit games since the 2015 All-Star break in the big leagues. There's Lindor at number 2 behind the Astros' Jose Altuve. Lindor was 16. Xander Bogaerts, the Red Sox, also with 16. Talking over in Cleveland last night about Lindor taking over the shortstop spot. They had, of course, Asdrubal Cabrera for a long time. He left, and Jose Ramirez moved into short, thinking, well, maybe this is going to be the guy. But when they saw Lindor, and as you talked about his flashy defense, he can make the plays. He has become the guy now with the Tribe. And another hit. Deep to cut it off Hamilton. Lindor trying to go to 2, and they are going to get it. Second base umpire Paul Emmel appears to signal to Lindor that he came off the bag, overslid the base. He's staying out there, and Terry Francona up at the top step. Will they or won't they?
Well, the kid certainly makes it look easy. This is an excellent throw by Billy Hamilton. I mean, one hop on the. Now the question is, did he leave the bag at all? Because it looks like he originally gets his hand in there before the tag. Safe, safe, safe. Maybe out right there. You know, it's this type of play that we've seen reviewed so many times. I think it's the most reviewed type of play, and I don't really think that it was ever originally the intended play for most of the reviews. Whereas a guy slides in and you keep the tag on him, and he comes off the bag by a hair. It used to be that if you beat the throw and you beat the tag, you're safe. But now with pop-up slides, with slides where you go past the bag a little bit, or your foot comes off a fraction of an inch, you know, you slow it down to as many little frames per second as you possibly can, and you determine whether he came off the bag, and that's when you call him out. I don't believe that was ever the intention of the review system to correct that play.
The Indians think he's safe, so they challenge the call. You probably read the same article that I did the other day, that challenges this year, Major League Baseball concerned with the time of games, challenges this year are up 35% from the same point in time last year.
Well, I think that big league managers have realized that you really don't have a lot to lose.
That case in point here, the out call is made. Call stands out at second base. Lindor gets himself a single. He's out 8-4.
What a play. We're going to see the very end of this ball. I still can't see exactly when he was off the bag and the tag was on him, but they've got different and better angles than we do here in that command center in New York. But what a great throw by Billy Hamilton. I mean, there'll be a time when runners simply stop testing him.
Yeah, he did a great job to get over and cut that ball off and fire it in. Nice hop to Phillips. Remember, this is a former converted shortstop.
You know, on any one Major League diamond, if you go back far enough in their amateur play, you probably got 7 converted shortstops.
In amateur ball.
Yes. I mean, how about the drop the knee, set your back foot, and then come up throwing?
Yeah, it's not like he had his momentum with him on that throw.
I just really don't know how many center fielders there are in the game that are going to be able to make that play, that can get to the ball as quickly as Hamilton and make that play even possible. These guys had a nice view of that play.
Torres throws out Napoli, and the inning comes to an end. But the Indians add a run on the Rajai Davis home run. A great value this season. It's the Kroger meal deal. Check concession stands throughout the ballpark for the Kroger meal deal, which includes a hot dog, a bag of chips, 16-ounce Coke, and during this homestand, a Slim Jim. Make sure you get your Kroger meal deal ticket today. Mr. Red Smokehouse, they always have a sandwich associated with the opponent. How about the Cleveland Po' Boy today and tomorrow? Finnegan leads it off. The only Red to have a hit this year. He has 5 of them. Five for 16 with a couple of RBIs. He's now tied for second among National League pitchers with 5 hits. Leader right now, the Pirates' Francisco Liriano has 6. Fitting in the group with Max Scherzer, Patrick Corbin, Zach Greinke, and Clayton Kershaw. Indians get a run in the second. They had a run in the third on the Rajai Davis homer, and now Finnegan trying to get his team back into this thing against the right-hander Mike Clevenger, making his big league debut here tonight.
Well, Finnegan hanging right in there.
Ooh. That's a good eye.
95% of the pitchers in the league are hacking at that one.
Finnegan, he's working it out there, making Clevenger work hard. There's a strikeout. That is number 3 for Clevenger. First time he's been able to get the leadoff man. Top of the order now, and Zach Cozart. He's been in and out of the top 10 in hitting this past week or so. He was high as number 7. 1 for 7 in the first 2 games of this series. Dropped him out of the top 10. But he had a hit to start the Reds' first inning here tonight.
Well, it was a huge spring when Mike Clevenger went to Goodyear, Arizona, and joined the big league camp for the first time ever. I mean, he faced Todd Frazier in his first game, hanging around big leaguers for the first time ever.
Towards center, Davis is there to make the catch.
He got to babysit Corey Kluber's kids. Kluber has a couple of kids, and Mike Clevenger told him, you know, we're going to have a baby in about 2 months. So Corey Kluber said to him, well, if it's time that you get the hang of it, you can babysit my kids. So he was able to do that, and indeed he and his girlfriend had a baby on May the 2nd. Penelope Grace.
That young lady is just over 2 weeks old. And he got the hang of it a little bit, maybe, helping out Corey Kluber. By the way, Reds will miss Kluber in this series.
That's a good thing.
He was initially scheduled to pitch here tomorrow night, but the Indians inserted Clevenger tonight, moved Tomlin back to tomorrow night, and Kluber then will start their series against Boston on Friday night.
Yeah, always interesting when the Indians go to Boston, and of course Terry Francona at the helm.
I mean, all he did was win them 2 World Series.
And the standing O's everywhere he goes.
One of the more engaging fellas to talk to when you go down on the field, whether you know him or not, Terry Francona.
A lot of people say that about Terry Francona. You know, he's so easy to get along with, and he's nice, and so on, but he's always been like that. It's not just because he has had the pressure taken off of him by winning World Series in Boston. He's one of the few managers that got the job, and his personality didn't change from the time that he became from a coach to a major league manager.
Well, he's managed in Philly, of course, that long run in Boston. Now here in Cleveland. Played in Cleveland a year also. In fact, it was the year after he played here in Cincinnati. He and our man Doug Flynn were exchanging stories about their days up in Montreal together back in the early to mid 80s. See more on that on Reds Weekly coming up this week. Check out Fox Sports Ohio. Davis in center, Hamilton out, and the Reds go in order in the 3rd. To kick off the summer. Don't miss the Memorial Tournament presented by Nationwide, May 30th through June 5th. Purchase your tickets at memorialbadges.com. Less than 2 weeks away from the Memorial. 2-0 Indians here into the 4th inning. Tribe about hit the Reds 5-1. Back to work Brandon Finnegan. Mentioned that Finnegan had appeared against the Indians 4 times out of the bullpen in his career prior to this year, but this is his first start against them. Good news is about Brendan. He has not walked a batter yet tonight, and he gets the leadoff man here on a ground ball to short. Finnegan has walked 23 and 43 innings this year, averaging 4.8 walks per 9. Chris was talking earlier about the fact that he's never really worried about the walk total. Always felt he could come back and get the batters. I wonder if that's now, as he's starting to pitch to spots, part of the maturation process of pitchers versus throwers. You hear all the time about a guy as a thrower when he comes up, turns into a pitcher as he matures. Here's Yan Gomes. Gomes, despite 4 hits and 9 at-bats in this series, is still under the 200 mark. He's a career 255 hitter. Last year 231. Best year was his first full year as a catcher, 13 with the Tribe. He hit 294 that year. Off to a slow start behind the plate this season. Marlon Byrd waits on deck. Yan Gomes, a product of Brazil. Grew up in Miami, went to high school down there. Ended up collegiately after playing at Barry University down in the Miami area, at the University of Tennessee. He was a volunteer. Been the everyday catcher here for the Indians basically since 2014. And he is out on strikes on a 3-2 pitch. Just a reminder that as you enjoy the game this evening here at the ballpark, we'll bring you a little bit later on our Miller Time moment of the night, brought to you by Miller Lite. All right, here the Reds are now trying to snap this 0-for-21 streak in terms of retiring the opposition in order. It has not happened in this series. In fact, it has not happened since the 7th inning on Sunday in Philadelphia. Blake Wood retired the Phillies in order in the 7th. Since then, 21 innings of baseball. Reds pitchers have not been able to retire this side in order. They have an opportunity to do it right here. First two down.
Who you feel sorry for in that string is the catcher.
Yep. Burns strikes out, and there it is for the first time since the 7th inning on Sunday. A Reds pitching 1-2-3 inning.
Live streaming sports service. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. Reds have some fresh arms in the bullpen. Transactions today. Jumbo Diaz is back. He went back down to Louisville and pitched well. Kiva Sampson selected his contract from Louisville, and Jose Peraza his first stint with the Reds, is at least over for now. And Lane Thompson also optioned to AAA. Brian Price was talking before the game of how the DH is not used in this series, and they'll go back to an 8-man bullpen with National League rules, and that bullpen has been beaten up, obviously, so he needed a couple of fresh arms, and he's at least got 2 tonight.
All right, Votto leads it off for Brian Price's team here in the bottom of the 4th. Joey struck out his first time, one of 3 strikeouts for Clevenger. It's a good location right there by the young man, and evens the count.
Yeah, but Joey, I don't think happy about that call. He was very frustrated when he struck out the first time up. Swung and missed on a breaking ball that on the same pitch of Billy Hamilton stole second base.
We've seen some teams shift Votto. Indians playing pretty much straight up. In particular, the Phillies pitchers really worked him inside, didn't they? I mean, they pounded him in there. Mad at himself right there.
You got to figure it's wearing on him. I mean, after all, he's in just the territory that he's not used to. Just a hair behind that fastball. Really, if it's anybody other than Joey Votto, and if it's your number 3 hitter at this point in the year and he's batting .211, you're thinking, well, let's give him a break and move him down in the order and take a little bit of the pressure off of him. But the guy that you do that to does not have Joey Votto's resume.
Started to go, try to hold up. Votto strikes out as he heads back to the dugout. That's 7 in a row now retired by Clevenger since he walked Bruce to start the second. The batter will be Brandon Phillips. Brandon grounded out to Lindor's first time with the runner Hamilton out at second base. Bats here with the bases empty. And we're looking at the numbers leading into this series regarding Phillips against his old team. Here in this ballpark against the Tribe, 382. Overall, he's done very well against them. The only place he really hasn't hit particularly well is at Progressive, but he's more than made up for it with the numbers he's put up here. Here's Bruce. He's waiting on deck. Now a full count. Let's go down to Jim Day. Jimmy has something more on one of the at-bats last night for BP.
Did you happen to catch the double hit he had last night? This was looked like a cue ball shot, but then you check, look, one, boom. Hit the bat twice, and Lindor had all kinds of trouble fielding this ball. It had so much spin on him that it hit at his feet and went for a base hit. Don't see it very often.
Good camera work to catch that right there. Another opportunity for Lindor. And Phillips retired at first base. The batter will be Jay Bruce. Bruce walked to start the second. Clevenger retired the next three. Set the Reds down in order in the third. Trying to do the same thing here in the fourth. Indians feeling good about themselves over the course of the last 2 days. Not just because they put up 28 runs in the 2 games. Here's a deep drive to right by Bruce. Bird back. Bird jumps. Bird does not get it. Home run for Jay Bruce. That is number 7 for Bruce on the year. And that home run ball by Jay makes him the all-time home run leader here at Great American Ballpark. Number 127 in his Reds career here at home. High, majestic shot right there by the Reds right fielder. Into the moon deck it went. Congratulations to Jay, all-time home run leader here at Great American Ballpark. He had a very good road trip. 8 out of 16. He's had a good first half of May. Gotten on base twice here tonight. That ball, which that young man has, may end up, hopefully, will end up in the hand of Jay Bruce later on as a souvenir.
Or maybe in the Reds Hall of Fame.
Yeah, right.
Of course, he's got an opportunity to add on to his record for quite a while. Although if he continues to hit the way he does, and especially with the long ball, I wonder when the trade rumors will start propping up again. They were very heavy over the winter. There was even some talk in spring training about it. And he's handled it about as well as anybody I've ever been around. Pitch that kind of floats out over the outer third of the plate. That is his spot.
Well, for a guy who has openly said, I'd love to play my entire career here in Cincinnati, he gets hot, and that may not be able to happen. Uribe throws out Suarez to end the inning, but certainly number 127 in his Great American Ballpark career deserved one more look. Starting with the D-backs taking on the Cardinals in a game you can see only on FS1. Then on Fox, it's the return of Baseball Night in America, featuring two of the best teams and rivalries in baseball. The Cubs battle the Giants. It's all Saturday on FS1 and Fox, or watch it live on Fox Sports. 2-1 game now. Indians in front. Reds get the home run by Jay Bruce. They have but 2 hits. A Cozart single, a Bruce home run, and a walk to Bruce. In terms of base runners in this game, but Brandon Finnegan, he's keeping the Reds right in this thing as he works in the 5th. He gets 8, 9, and 1. Uribe, Clevenger, and then Rajay Davis representing the top of the order. Uribe that first time up hit that scalding line drive that darn near knocked over Holt out in left field. He is a strikeout victim here, and that is number 5 for Finnegan.
Finnegan much more around the plate tonight than he was his last time out. Against Philadelphia, he walked 5 and 4 innings. In his previous start against the Milwaukee Brewers, he did not walk a batter in 5 innings. So he stayed away from the walk so far tonight. He struck out 5. We're waiting for the Reds offense to come back and tie this ball game up.
Maybe that bullpen session you're talking about was a light bulb moment. Votto will take it himself, and Clevenger is out. That's 2 times Clevenger was grounded out to Votto.
You know, before his career will be over with, there will be a lot of light bulb moments for a young player like Brandon Finnegan. You continue to remind yourself he's only 23 years old. I mean, maybe just a year out of college normally, and there are a lot of 23-year-olds playing in Double-A right now. And maybe even some 23-year-olds playing in A-ball. So he's way advanced really for his years. And when you get to the big league so quickly, it doesn't take sometimes very long to figure out what you did back in college and maybe even got away with an A-ball or Double-A. Just doesn't compute up here. And especially when it comes to control. Those guys that do the best are able to locate their pitches where they want them. I just think his delivery
looks much better tonight, much more under control. Last time out, he was just jumping at the plate, his front shoulder flying open, doing all the things that pitchers do when they go wrong. The other thing you learn when you're in the major leagues is that you are your own pitching coach during the game. You know, the coach can come out and talk to you, but I mean, you've got to make the adjustment from pitch to pitch.
After a game like he threw in Philadelphia, would he go back and watch that entire game or segments of that game on video?
He might look at a couple. I wouldn't advise watching it at all. In fact, what I would do is rather make a best of tape. Take the best pitches that he's thrown on the season so far, put them in a 2-minute loop and watch a little bit of them every day. You want positive reinforcement, not seeing what you're doing wrong.
He has a second 1, 2, 3 inning in a row as he gets Davis looking here in the 5th. Go Ford dealer. Ford, go further. And by Cincinnati Children's, ranking 3rd in the country on U.S. News Best Children's Hospitals. By Optics District here at the ballpark, down the third base line. Get a great view of the river, the surrounding area. Just a great atmosphere up there by Optics District.
And there's not a part of this ballpark where there's not a great atmosphere, especially tonight. I mean, you talk about a night made for baseball. Whole weekend looks to be good weather-wise, and Seattle Mariners coming in after the Indians leave town.
Scott Service bringing that team in, not the former Red Scott Service, but a Scott Service.
Come on down and watch it live, and if not, we'll be bringing you these games, each and every one.
That Seattle team is a first-place team right now out of the AL West. Old fly to right his first time. He joined the Reds very late last year. Tyler Holt thought he was finished for the season. Ended up coming here for what, the last week. Actually, before opening day was optioned down to Louisville, and then before opening day was brought back. Been with the team all season. Probably gotten a lot more playing time than he thought he would get. Barnhart on deck, then Finnegan. Rajay Davis has a beat on it. Leadoff man out, 5th inning.
Tell you can't be anything but super impressed with what you've seen so far of a young man making his major league debut at Mike Clevenger. I mean, he is far from just a one-pitch pitcher. I've seen 4 quality pitches out of Clevenger tonight: fastball, slider, curveball, and changeup. He's pitching within himself. And the one thing that all the Indians people told us about Clevenger is that, we're not sure if he's going to be able to control his emotions. He's such a high energy guy that, at the very beginning of the game, it's very important to him to kind of get his feet on the ground. And the very beginning of the game was really the only time the Reds had anything going against him. Leadoff single by Cozart. Erased, and then Billy Hamilton gets a second base on a stolen base. Ends up stealing third, and then stays there with the out.
Well, they have another pitcher on their staff, Trevor Bauer. He came up some years ago. He was fairly high strung, it seemed like. He had a unique workout before each game.
Yeah, maybe in a little different way.
Yeah.
Clevenger, one of the interesting stories about Michael Clevenger is the fact that when he made his major league debut, it was in the AAA playoffs.
AAA debut, yeah.
And his AAA debut, right. And all he did was go out and throw 7 innings of shutout baseball.
He fields that one behind the back, and he'll throw out Barnhart. Get a feel for where that ball was going to come to him, and it worked out.
The danger in trading away young prospects, even pitchers who you may not think are going to be prospects. This is what can happen. The Indians traded away Vinny Pastano in order to get a young man named Michael Clevenger. Clevenger wasn't a prospect at the time. In fact, he was one of these guys that had, in the minor leagues for a couple of years, had Tommy John surgery and was kind of lost in the system. But all of a sudden he's turned into a big leaguer, and boy, is he dealing tonight.
He has the second 1, 2, 3 of this game. We're through 5.
Presented by authority of the Cincinnati Reds, it may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
Wow, the left-hander Brandon Finnegan tonight, the 23-year-old making his 13th major league start, is dealing. He did give up a home run in the 3rd inning, but other than that, he's thrown the ball over the plate. He has struck out 6 and pretty much throttled this Indians offense that has been a juggernaut the last couple of nights. They have put up 28 runs in 2 games. So Finnegan has cooled them off significantly here, but still down by 1 as the Indians have the lead 2-1.
Well, you look at that line, a very good line thus far.
I like that number.
Yeah. You look back, you mentioned it earlier, the only game he's had this year when he hasn't walked a batter was here on the 7th of May against Milwaukee. You probably have to go back to his first start of the year against Philadelphia if you want to look for his best start of the season. He allowed 2 runs, 3 hits in 6 innings.
Well, that start that he had in Wrigley Field, where he had a no-hitter into the 7th inning, wasn't too bad.
Well, 6 2/3 of no-hit ball, but he had ended up walking 5 in that game.
Well, I think what you're looking at tonight, though, is maybe just a slightly different approach. I mean, he's still a power guy, obviously. I mean, he drives to the plate. He's a high-energy pitcher. But it looks like he's backed off just enough. Maybe not in this at-bat. But here's where, you go 3-0. Now it's time to take a little personal timeout. Play with the rosin bag a little bit. Kick some dirt off your shoes. Get the negative thoughts out of your head and go back and think, all right, I got to throw a strike here. Then I got to throw a really good strike on a 3-1 count.
He's retired 7 in a row. He's facing Kipnis, who's 0 for 2.
See that 3-0 pitch, lefty on lefty. I encourage the left-handed hitter to swing.
Swings here, drives it into left center. Billy on the run. Billy on the run. Billy, ooh, he couldn't quite get it. Holt gets it back in. Kipnis has himself a double on a 3-1 pitch. So Billy's all right. He's slow to get up out there in left center.
Boy, he went a long way, shaded around a little bit on the right center field. Look how hard he goes into this wall. Wow. I'll tell you, if you, it's like a sports car. If you go that fast, you got to have better brakes.
This is the no break approach. Second double of the game, 3rd extra base hit of this one by the Indians. They're looking to add to their 2-1 lead.
Boy, Tucker Barnhart really growing into the role of the #1 catcher on this ball club, and he will be the rest of the year unless the Reds make a dramatic deal for another catcher. Wonderful the way he handles the pitching staff. Good hands, good framer behind the plate, throws well. But growing into the role of the leader is usually the last thing that comes around. That's a good job of hitting.
It really is.
This guy is. This guy's a 35-year-old player in a 23-year-old body, 22-year-old body.
They don't come along like him very often, do they?
It's the kind of guy you hope the Reds get in the draft.
Speaking of, that's less than a month away. June the 9th is when the first-year player draft begins. The Reds have the 2nd pick. Here's Mike Napoli. Infield in.
Kind of interesting to begin to start reading the publications that are predicting mock drafts and who falls where, and you have no indication of who the Reds are following. I mean, they're following a lot of people. They've got to. But this is for the first year of this year, with the Reds picking #2 on the overall draft and then having 3 picks of their first 35 or so. It creates a lot of excitement,
sure,
and anticipation of who you might get. Maybe not as much as it would if you're watching the NFL draft, because they go right from college, especially a high round pick. They're going usually to the starting lineup or close to it. But a lot of excitement around that draft this year.
Well, Cub fans may not have known who Kyle Schwarber was when the Cubs took him, but they got to know him pretty quickly, didn't they?
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing I think you're talking about.
You're right. And if you followed amateur baseball in Cincinnati, you knew who Kyle Schwarber was.
Right.
Or if you followed Indiana baseball, Indiana U, But shame that young man will lose the season.
See what the Cubs hired, I should say, assigned Joe Nathan to a contract. Having a little trouble in that bridge innings there, getting to their man at the back end.
That would be a definition of a little trouble in the bullpen.
Yeah.
I can help him with the definition of a lot of trouble.
Nathan is what, just over a year removed from Tommy John surgery. He's 41, 42, something like that. Back in his prime, one of the best closers in the game.
You're not kidding about that. Good pitch. I'll tell you, Finnegan has really been able to bear down and make some good pitches in this at bat. Napoli stays alive. This would be a great runner to leave at third base right here. That breaking ball right there. Very difficult to keep fair.
Napoli a World Series ring from what, 2 years ago, 3 years ago with the Red Sox. Oh boy, right by Suarez. Finnegan really got what he wanted, a hard hit ball right at an infielder. But it scoots on by Suarez and into left. Kipnis scores, and it's 3-1.
Ball got on Suarez fairly quickly right here, not making an excuse for any at all, but again, you know, he kind of leaned almost away from that ball a little bit. Well, maybe not. Maybe that ball just took a left-handed bounce on him. Never really did get his glove all the way down to the ground, and that'll cost him an error and the Reds a run.
First error of the game is the 8th error of the season for Suarez. And now a 3-1 lead for Cleveland. Here's a base hit, a ground out. He's 1 for 2. He's been playing some third base, Ramirez. Mentioned he's basically a middle infielder. He started at third base last night with Uribe getting the night off. On back in there tonight. Ramirez gets the look out in left field. Chisenhall off tonight. 3-1. Indians are running the second on a sac fly by Bird to right. Home run by Rajai Davis in the third made it 2-0. Reds get on the board on Jay Bruce's home run in the 4th inning that makes him the all-time career leader in home runs here at Great American Ballpark. Now this run so far in the 6th for the Indians. By the shortstop, Cozart, and on into left. On a 3-2 pitch. Base hit by Ramirez. Time is called, and here comes Mark Riggins.
First appearance for Riggins. Boy, he was wearing that track out between the dugout and the pitcher's mound at Progressive Field in Cleveland.
In fact, last night, Riggins went out 3 or 4 times, and Brian Price even went out 1 time. Return of Jumbo Diaz as he is in the bullpen warming up. You talk about a guy going down and asking what he was asked to do, going down and getting it done, and that was Jumbo at Louisville. 10 games, no runs allowed down there.
Well, he got a wake-up call last year, and it really helped him out, and the Reds are hoping the same thing will occur this year. I mean, they're looking for arms to help this bullpen in a positive way.
Double play is in order. Let's see if the Reds can get it here. Gomes is 1 for 2. Now really, for the first time in the game, we're kind of seeing Finnegan fall behind a little bit.
Well, he's had 6 3-ball counts tonight, 5 full counts, and that'll run your pitch count up a little bit. I mean, here he is in the 6th inning, and he's up around 90. Not all that bad, but he needs to throw a strike right here. Now, Jason Kipnis may have been taking on a 3-0 count to start the inning off. He eventually doubled on a 3-1 pitch, but I'm not taking for granted, if I'm pitching to Yan Gomes 3-0 right here, that he's taking this pitch.
Three and 1. Napoli out at second base, Ramirez at first. And now a full count. Started to say earlier, the Indians happy about the way things have gone the last 2 days. They beat the Reds, and the team in first place in the Central, the White Sox, lost. So they gained 2 games in 2 days. Started this series 5.5 out. Begin tonight 3.5 out. And only two games behind the White Sox in the loss column, which in the end is what you look at. Drives towards center. Hamilton will get there. Runner will tag but stay put. Good strong throw by Hamilton back on into Kozar.
Nice comeback at bat right there for Finnegan too. You go down 3-0 and you're thinking, oh boy, and you get a guy who's got some home run potential to fly it harmlessly into center field.
So 2 out for Marlon Byrd. RBI on a sac fly and a strikeout on his ledger tonight. That's going to get up the middle. That's going to be a hit. Here comes Napoli racing home. He will score, and now that error by Suarez hurts the Reds. That'll be an unearned run. In a 2-run inning, and it's now 4-1 in favor of Cleveland. Here comes Brian Price. Brandon Finnegan cannot get through inning 6.
Well, Marlon Byrd first pitch hitting like he does so often, up there hacking at the first pitch, and he gets it right through the box for a base hit.
Napoli scores. Ramirez to second. Brian Price will take the ball from Brandon Finnegan. He's made the call. In fact, this is our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. Jumbo Diaz, and the return thereof is next. You can now stream Reds games live on your mobile device. Just go to your app store and download the free Fox Sports Go app. Log in and stream the Reds wherever you go. New man of the game for the Reds is Jumbo Diaz. Brandon Finnegan, 5 2/3. 4 runs thus far, 8 hits. No walks, though. He struck out 6. And he gives way to the bespectacled Jumbo Diaz. That's something we've not seen before.
We have not seen it. Leads you to wonder maybe if that was one of the adjustments that they made before he went down to AAA and dazzled down there for the Louisville Bats. He was up here this year. He pitched in 8 ball games. 6 2/3 innings, 8 hit, 4 runs, and 3 walks.
Jumbo was optioned on the 19th of April. 10 innings, no runs, 2 walks, 15 strikeouts in the 10 games in which he worked for Delano DeShield's team. Or if he could come up here and be like he was in the last part of last season, that'd be a welcome addition to this team. Swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt by Uribe, and Jumbo gets the out to end the top of the 6th. Fridays here at the ballpark. This Friday, catch all the Reds action for as low as $12. Plus, enjoy a spectacular postgame fireworks show presented by PNC Bank. For tickets, you can call 513-381-REDS, or you can visit Reds.com. That game will be the first of a weekend 3-game series against the Seattle Mariners Friday night. 7:10 Friday night, 4:10 Saturday afternoon, 1:10 Sunday. Clevenger back to work. He gets Cozart to start the 6th inning. Good note from Joe Luckup. He says that Mike Clevenger, the 9th starting pitcher in this ballpark's history to make his major league debut here against the Reds, obviously. And all of them, including now Clevenger, have gone at least 5 innings. Clevenger tonight, 1 run, 2 hits, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts thus far.
Really kind of an interesting delivery that Mike Clevenger has. He's got a very quick leg. His left leg comes up very quickly, but when it's on its way down, it gets to a point where it almost comes to a complete stop. That allows his arm to catch up with the rest of his body and stay really in tune. Watch his left leg when he brings it up and then kind of straightens it out a little bit.
Another drive by Cozart, his second hit of the night. Hit number 3 for the Reds, and the leadoff man on.
Now the motion again we're talking about. You watch this leg right here, and it'll kind of straighten out, and that will give him a spot where he can kind of gather himself over the rubber and get his arm up in good timing with the rest of his body. Sometimes you bring your leg up real quick and you bring it down real fast, and your arm doesn't have enough time to catch up, especially with tall pitchers. And Clevenger is 6'5".
Uribe in at third as Hamilton bats. There's the bunt. Barehand pick and throw, and
safe.
The ball got away. Ball got away. Everybody's safe. The ball and Hamilton arrived at about the same time. That throw appeared to drift just a little on Napoli.
Wow, that's a dangerous play. We've seen it several times recently with Joey Votto at first base, when that throw and the runner get there at the same time, and if it drifts near the line itself. Now the Indians in their dugout, you can see Napoli's glove get bent back and his wrist along with it. The Indians were looking at this play, thinking that perhaps Billy Hamilton was running outside the runner's lane. But you're allowed to go from the runner's lane back into fair territory when you go to the base,
which is what he did. All right.
Opportunity for Joey to break out.
Big chance here. 2 on, nobody out. Votto was fanned twice.
Well, what a great bunt by Hamilton. I mean, great mechanics too. He laid the bunt down and then he started to run. Perfect bunt on the line.
Really now the runner at first. Votto the tying run, down 4-1.
One of the deficiencies of the Cleveland Indians so far this year is their lack of left-handed relief pitching. They've got but one left-hander down there, and I'm not so sure yet they know how reliable Kyle Crockett is.
Well, Crockett came in, of course, to face the lefty Bruce on Monday with the bases loaded and gave up a 2-run single. Votto drives this ball center field. That's going to get down. That goes to the wall. Cozart racing around, and Hamilton right on his heels like a horse race to the plate. They both score, and it's 4-3. Votto happy about the double. Hamilton, he could have climbed on the back of Cozart right there.
Well, a classic at bat for Votto after 2 times up where he left home with frustration to drag the bat back to the dugout. He gets a pitch right down the can and he punishes it to dead center field.
Second extra big hit of the game for the Reds. Votto, even though he hasn't hit for a main average this year, big averages, runners in scoring position average has been very good, over 370. Drives in a pair there. He now has driven in 22. There's another one that's hit very well with runners in scoring position, Brandon Phillips. He represents the go-ahead run. Still with nobody out.
This is how pitching in the major leagues gets tougher and tougher the more they see you. Clevenger is not retired yet, a batter he has faced now for the 3rd time.
Zach McAllister throwing in the Indians bullpen along with the aforementioned Kyle Crockett. Brandon has grounded out twice tonight. Even though he did not have an overly good road trip in terms of average, 4 out of 18, he's still been able to get on base a lot over the course of the last 2 weeks.
This is the time for Brandon to really get down and change his approach the way we've seen him do it so many times. Spread his legs a little bit, get his hands a little bit lower. Take that ball to right field if Clevenger's going to give him a breaking ball out there.
Brandon there, and he gets the strikeout. First out of the inning.
Strikeout number 5 for Clevenger, and he had Brandon chasing something down and out of the zone. Ended up a one-handed attempt.
Here comes Terry Francona, manager of the Indians, out of the dugout and making his way to the mound. They want the left-hander Crockett. He will jog in from the right field corner, so the Indians make the pitching change, and the major league debut of one Mike Clevenger is over. Here comes Crockett. He'll get Bruce when we come back. Game, Emily Johanses from Cincinnati will win the beautiful tundra that's on display here at the ballpark. Remember, you have a chance to win by registering at an upcoming game by seeing your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer. All right, here's Bruce for the second time in 3 days facing Crockett. Monday it was with the bases loaded. Here it's with Votto at second base and 1 out. Joey the tying run. He's barely leading away at second.
Bruce will love the same bit of good fortune that they had against Crockett the last time. He got jammed on a pitch and he blooped it into shallow left field for a base hit.
Jay this year hitting .276. Pretty impressive number against lefties.
That is an impressive number. Having a good year overall.
leading. 26 ribbies for Bruce. Just does stay alive on that one. Inning started with a Cozart single to left, a bunt single by Hamilton, and then the ringing double to center by Votto that scored 2 to make it 4-3. Clevenger in his last batter faced struck out Phillips. Now Crockett against Bruce. Suarez on deck. Zach McAllister still throwing in the Indians bullpen, which leads you to believe that he would face Suarez. They have some arms, this Indians team, out in that bullpen. To left field, and a base hit for Bruce. Votto will stop at third, and in this series, bringing in the lefty twice has been thwarted by Bruce with Crockett on the mound.
Well, I think the last time I had a little bit of good luck. This one is simply good hitting by Bruce right there. I mean, he's got 2 strikes. He's trying to stay back. He knows Crockett is going to flip something up there like a breaking ball. And he just keeps his hands back, his head still, and just gets that ball into left field. That's a dandy bit of hitting.
Well, Terry Francona out now, and you can see him with the paperwork with the home plate umpire Tim Timmons. He's going to make a double switch here in this game. Most notably, a new pitcher on. Zach McAllister will enter the game to replace Kyle Crockett. The Ohio Cup is on the line. The Reds lost the first 2. They're trying to get back into this thing if they can win tonight. They're trailing now 4-3, but they have the go-ahead run on that base hit by Bruce. New pitcher on is Zach McAllister. Among other changes that the Indians have made, we'll touch on those as McAllister faces Suarez.
McAllister, a hard thrower, came in the first ball game that was played up there in Cleveland just the other night, a 1-2-3 inning, as he breezed through the first 3 in the order.
Last year, really his first year as a relief pitcher, and he really took to it. And even 3 ERA and 60 games out of the pen and 1 start last year. Averaged way over a strikeout an inning, 84 of them in 69 innings. Drives run to right. This ball hit well. This ball gets out. Home run for Suarez. With 2 teammates aboard, this has been a 5-run inning for the Reds, and now they lead this game 6-4.
This series with the Indians has really been about big-time innings. And mainly it has been the Indians until tonight in this 5 spot that is put on the board by Suarez as he goes homage for a line drive home run.
Home run number 9 leads the team. 26 runs batted in now for Suarez. Ties in for the team lead with Jay Bruce. He had a nice road trip, 8 hits, 23 at bats, with 5 RBIs, and he's picked up 3 in this first game back here tonight. So big 2-run double by Votto, and now a 3-run homer by Suarez. All benefiting that man right there, Jumbo Diaz. Came on, retired Juan Uribe to end the 6th inning, and now he is the pitcher of record in this game for Cincinnati. The final line on the starter for the Tribe, Mike Clevenger. He gives up 4 runs, all of which were earned. 5 hits and 5 1/3, a walk, 5 strikeouts. How about that one? 8th inning with 5 or more runs this season. Leads the National League. They had 8 all of last year. They've already had 8 this year. And here we are really with 40th game tonight. Basically the quarter mark of the year.
If you're going to give them up, you got to get them.
2 out now for Barnhart. McAllister technically charged with a blown save. Pitcher of record now for the Indians is Kyle Crockett. Faced just 1 batter. And Jumbo Diaz on the good side of things at this point in time. Talked about those other changes for the Indians. And now Jose Ramirez at third. He moved in from left. Marlon Byrd moved from right to left. Monty Chisenhall took over in right field. Chisenhall in the 9th spot, so he'll be due up first in the Indians' 7th. Foul tip hung on to by Gomes. Inning is over. The big blow in the 5-run 6th. This 3-run shot by Eugenio Suarez. Brought to you by Kroger. Stop by your neighborhood Kroger to save big store wide. Great food, low prices at Kroger. And by Toyota. For over 30 offers, visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And a little excitement here for the Reds in the bottom of the 6th inning. 2-run double by Votto, 3-run homers, 9th of the year by Suarez. And a 6-4 Reds lead as we start inning number 7. Here's our Ricky Vaughn lookalike with those new glasses on, Jumbo Diaz. Lonnie Chisenhall leads it off. Those glasses, come on, they look just like it, don't they?
I think you might be onto something there.
This is the Reds' wild thing.
Well, I wonder if maybe Ted Power gave him the same little pep talk down there in Louisville.
Always possible. Chisenhall batting for the first time. He was part of that big switch made by Terry Francona when they brought McAllister into the game. He's hitting .291 on the year with 4 runs batted in. Returned to the Indians lineup last night after being away for a week on the bereavement list. Went 3 for 4. The pair of doubles.
That pitch is nice to see. Nothing wrong with coming inside every once in a while, especially if you've got 95.
Chisenhall basically an outfielder now. Third baseman when he came up. Looked like he might be the third baseman of the future for the Indians, but they've gone this year to Uribe, and they hope to go next year, I would guess, to Urshela. Left center field, and Holt will handle that. We saw a lot of Giovanni Urshela in the second half of last year. Nice Wednesday night crowd here at Great American Ballpark. Reds haven't done very much good work on the road, but they've played better here at home. They're an above 500 team here at GABP. 12-10 their record here at home. This is Rajay Davis. Also coming back, and Jim Day talked about it earlier, coming back with Jumbo from Louisville was Kivas Sampson. He didn't quite put up the numbers that Jumbo did down there, but still he was very impressive as well.
I was really quite surprised when they ended up sending Kivas Sampson down. Not that they sent him down, but they ended up taking him off the 40-man roster in order to make room for some player move that they had made. As it turned out, he cleared waivers.
Yeah.
Took assignment back to Louisville and finds his way back to the major leagues. Sometimes it's better to stay with an organization that knows you, and they will give you maybe a break quicker than an organization that is still yet to learn what you're all about.
He went down, made 7 appearances, 3 starts, had a 1.37 ERA, and that's something I know that all pitching people like to look at is whip. Walks, hits to innings pitched. 19 2/3 innings. He had a combined hits and walks of 18, so an under 1 whip. That's pretty good.
That means you're not pitching out of the stretch very much.
Yeah. Getting this on deck. Is ball 4, so a 1-out walk will bring the tying run to the plate. First walk issued by Reds pitching tonight. Good to see after issuing 9 of them last night and 6 of them on Monday. Back on the phone to that bullpen is Mark Riggins. Cingrani right there in the front of your, well, ours, sorry. Cingrani is down there throwing. Kipnis a double his last time. He's 1 for 3. Caleb Cotham throwing in the Reds bullpen. Runner going, Davis. And a stolen base.
One of the rare times that Barnhart is off the mark with the throw. He had a pretty good start on Jumbo Diaz. It would have taken a throw right on the money to get him.
Davis at what, 35 years old? He can still get it going, can he?
He scored from first base on a single the other night. Did his best Billy Hamilton impersonation.
Yeah, we saw Billy do that here earlier in the last homestand. Rajay Davis did it the other night. One of the more exciting plays in the game. He was called out, remember, at the plate. The Reds challenged. Or rather, the Indians challenged and got overturned.
Hey, the other thing that Jumbo Diaz has done, I mean, other than wearing glasses, getting his arm angle up a little bit, he's increased the pace of pitching between pitches. When he gets the ball, he's right back on the mound.
Well, he has walked back-to-back hitters here in the 7th.
Still 2 off the record.
Walked only 2 in 10 innings down at Louisville. Here comes Mark Riggins. Second time we've seen him emerge from the dugout tonight. Francisco Lindor will come up there. He has a pair of singles. Ground out his last time, which moved a runner along. And the 3 of them talk it over. Here's Lindor. Started the day 10th in the league in hitting. He's upped his average. Lindor has hit into 4 double play balls. The Reds love that right here.
Well, he's got a big hole on the left side of the infield. The Reds think that he's going to put the ground ball on the right side, so they've got him shifted that way. But that hole right here, you get him a pitch going away from him, he can take it there fairly easily. He won't have to worry about it now.
Bounces away from Barnhart, and the runner's now in scoring position. A wild pitch on Jumbo.
That bounced so far out in front of home plate, it really, even the best textbook attempt in the world of blocking this ball isn't going to get it done.
Lowly hit. They'll only get one out of this. Lindor's out. He'll pick up the run batted in. 1-run game now. It's 6-5 Reds. There are 2 out. Now it's Mike Napoli. Napoli is 0 for 3. He reached on that error by Suarez in the 6th inning. Later came around to score and the hit by Bird. Good rhythm numbers for Napoli. Now Jumbo has him 0-2. One-out walk to Davis. He stole second. Kipnis then walked. Wild pitch moved the runners along. Lindor ground out, produced a run. Now Jumbo trying to retire Napoli here.
Good teaser pitch with that fastball. Don't be surprised here. You see the splitter or slider going down and away. You're going to stay away from him. Oh, got away with a hanger. Napoli's one of these hitters that, you know, you can scout by body type. Relatively short arms, very strong, tough to get in on. So why go to his strength when your strength might be a slider? Throw him a good one here, Jumbo, and you probably get him to wave over the top of it or ground it out.
Three and 2 now with Jose Ramirez on deck. 2 walks already in the inning for Jumbo. Jumbo been working hard out there. This is pitch number 29 in this inning. And it'll be enough. Hamilton there. Inning over. Indians get a run. Stretch time here in Cincinnati. 6-5 Reds. Here at the ballpark for as low as $12 this Saturday. The first 25,000 fans will receive a Ken Griffey Jr. dual bobblehead thanks to St. Elizabeth Healthcare. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com. One-run game here at Great American. 6-5 Reds leading. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. New man in for the Tribe, a native of Lincoln, Nebraska, Jabba Chamberlain.
Now 30 years old, this 6'2", 245-pound right-hander, really most famous for being with the New York Yankees. He was the Yankees' first-round pick in 2006. Was a starter 1 year for the Yankees, but converted to the bullpen and made 73 appearances for the Pinstripers in 2010. Having a good year so far here for Terry Francona. I mean, real good. 12 innings pitched with a 0.7 earned run average.
Gets here to Cleveland via free agency. He's their 4th pitcher. Jordan Pacheco will bat for Jumbo Diaz. So Pacheco bats here for Jumbo Diaz, who goes an inning and a third, allows a run and 2 walks, but no hits. Reds sent 8 men to the plate in that 5-run 6th. Ross Ohlendorf throwing in the Reds bullpen. Cozart on deck, then Hamilton. Reds trying to protect a 1-run lead, trying to add to it here in the bottom of the 7th. Chamberlain gets him out, number 1. Take a look back at that 6th inning. The Reds scored 5 times. The big hit by Votto was the first of the 2 big hits. Watch these 2 go now. Look at Billy. I mean, to tell you, he's closing fast. Cozart could feel the heat of Billy Hamilton coming right behind him. Votto now has 22 RBIs. Suarez 26 with that home run. Those are 2 out of 3. See that kind of speed tomorrow with the Preakness. Not tomorrow. This Saturday in the Preakness. Suarez hit it well toward left field. Bird looking up, the ball over his head and off the wall. And that's a 3-hit game for Cozart.
he doesn't miss the hangers. I mean, he went through a little bit of a slump there for a while where he was only getting a hit, say, every other night, but he has 3 on the night. 4th time this year he's had a 3-hit ball game.
They'd like to get him around. They gave up one of their runs in the lead in the 7th inning, and they get it back here and maybe more. Billy up there. Bunt single his last time.
You wonder really if a play like Billy Hamilton would fake a bunt to third, square around early, draw in the third baseman, and if Kozar could get a jump at second base, maybe steal the bag before Uribe could get back there. Although that's why you see Lindor so close here at second base, holding him on.
Billy in the hole now, 2 strikes. Need to throw Hamilton out at first, and they do. Strike out in the 2-3 put out. 2 out now for Votto. Well, that at bat he had in the 6th inning was like the Votto of old, wasn't it? Ripped that thing into right center field. Drove in a pair. Made it a 1-run game. Now put him on and face Phillips. Joey draws the intentional walk here in the 7th. Here comes Phillips. 2 on, 2 out, bottom of the 7th. Phillips never faced Chamberlain before. Again, he's been an American League guy. 2 on, 2 out. 6-5 Reds in the 7th. Brandon struck out his last time. That was the last batter to face Clevenger. Sitting at 19 runs batted in is Brandon. Oh, line drive. He hit it well, but Kitten has caught it. The Reds strand a pair in the bottom of the 7th. Indians had the lead early. Rajai Davis a home run in the third. That made it 2-0 in favor of Cleveland. Jay Bruce gets the Reds on the board in the fourth inning. Home run number 7 for him. He becomes the all-time home run leader here at Great American Ballpark. Made it 2-1. Marlon Byrd a base hit in the 6th inning. This produced a run and gave the Indians a 4-1 lead going into the bottom of the 6th. But this 2-run double by Votto got the Reds back within a run. And then this swing by Eugenio Suarez, his team-leading 9th homer of the year, gave the Reds the lead. All part of that 5-run 6th. Here the Reds are clinging to a 1-run 6-5 lead into the 8th inning. Our Honda game summary.
Game number 19 for Ross Ohlendorf. 7 decisions already for a reliever that's been in 18 ball games. That is a decision maker position.
Well, he's asked to get 3 outs. First one being Jose Ramirez. Yan Gomes next, then Marlon Byrd.
Even though Ohlendorf has that big windup where he takes his hand over his head and he rocks back like an old-fashioned pitcher, he still slows himself down right when he gets to the top of his balance point. The balance point is when your left leg is at the very highest peak before you start going to the plate. Watch him as he kind of really slows it down to make sure his tempo stays under control. Right there. That's just about the same time he gets that glove of his up in the air and kind of flashes it to the hitter. I think that glove has a chance to be a little bit of a distraction, trying to hide that release point.
Ball be caught by Suarez, and Ohlendorf, when he gets ahead of the guys, he's done a good job. Hitters are now 1 for 34 with 2 strikes against Ohlendorf this year.
Well, we showed this the other night, and side by side with Rapid Robert Feller. Nothing wrong to be in the same conversation as Bob Feller, I can tell you that.
Absolutely
Even
not.
if it is only with similarity of windup.
Plus, he's got the same.
One man out here in the 8th. Here's Ohlendorf getting ahead. No balls, 2 strikes. Just told you the stat. 1 for 34 hitters are against him this year when he gets 2 strikes. He gets another one here on a breaking ball in the dirt. Back to the dugout goes Gomes. 2 men out. Now it's Marlon Byrd. He gave the Indians a lead in the 2nd with a sacrifice fly. He was able to take advantage of an extra at bat in the 6th inning because of an error by Suarez. He lined a ball into center that scored Napoli, who had reached on the error. So 2 RBIs tonight for Byrd, 16 on the year. Still dangerous. Home run power. The Indians down a run. And 0-2. Bert comfortable in any of the outfield spots. He's been an everyday player at all 3 outfield positions in his career. Ohlendorf got him on a breaking ball. Good inning for Ross Ohlendorf. Down in order go the Indians in the 8th. Get all the info you need. That's with Reds Live pregame here on Fox Sports Ohio. Reds Live pregame presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. 7:10 game tomorrow, 6:30 with Reds Live. Starting pitchers tomorrow, Tim Adelman for the Reds making start number 4. Josh Tomlin, a perfect 5-0, gets the start in the finale of the Ohio Cup Series tomorrow night. New pitcher on is Jeff Manship. Bruce to lead it off. Then Suarez, then Holt. They've been on 3 times tonight. A walk, a homer, a single. He scored twice. Cingrani starting to loosen in the Reds bullpen. Miller time moment of the night brought to you by Miller Lite. Yeah, it does involve our man at the plate, Jay Bruce. This blast solo in the 4th inning against Mike Clevenger, the Indian starter. Disappointed bird out there for Jay, number 127 in his Great American Ballpark career. Nobody has hit more here in this park now than Jay Bruce. Run broke a tie with Adam Dunn. There's another blast by Bruce. Back he goes and gone, a home run. A multi-home run game for the Reds right fielder. Second multi-home run game of the year for Bruce. He hit one here against Philadelphia back on the 7th of April. He does it here tonight for the 19th of his career and the 15th time he has done it here at Great American Ballpark.
That ball, when it left the bat, was heading right for the power stacks and the Toyota sign. In fact, that's about the closest we've had in quite a while. I mean, right on track for the Toyota. Could someone have won the Tundra tonight? Didn't quite get far enough. So evidently we're only going to give away the mud flaps.
We were rooting for Emily Johanchis. We were hoping that she'd get the truck. Yeah, and you're right. That's about as close as we've come. Here's a look at what Chris was talking about. Didn't quite have the distance, but it was zeroing in on it. So a little more room with which to work in the 9th inning for presumably Tony Cingrani. He continues to throw in the Reds' pen. Indians in the 9th inning will have a pinch hitter for Manship. Then Chisenhall representing the 9 spot. Then the top of the order in Rajay Davis. Ten strikeouts now for Indians pitching tonight. Here is Tyler Holt. Like it hit off the end of the bat, and Kipnis makes the play. So 2 out for Barnhart. So barring a big explosion the rest of this inning, Cingrani will take the mound in search of save number 4. That's exactly what will happen as Barnhart grounds out. Reds get a run on the Bruce home run. His 2nd of the night, his 8th of the year. And we go to the 9th. Reds by a pair. game here on Fox Sports Ohio. Reds Live post game brought to you by Performance Kings Honda. Complete wrap up. Interview from the field. Interviews from the locker room. Reds Live post game following tonight's game. And we mentioned Tony Cingrani, but it is not Cingrani who comes out of the pen, but rather Ross Ohlendorf, who goes back out to the mound. And now, as Santana is announced, Brian Price emerges from the dugout. And he takes the ball from Ohlendorf. And here comes Tony Cingrani. With regard to Santana, he's a switch hitter anyway. Here comes the new pitcher. Tony Cingrani, who comes on to work the top of the ninth inning. The left-hander will face Santana, who was announced and will stay in there. He's a switch hitter. And certainly he is a better hitter batting left-handed, 253 versus right-handed 171.
Well, you're talking about numbers of this year, right?
Right.
If you go back to his career, however, there's a 50-point difference in batting average left-handed to right-handed, and he's a much superior batter when facing a left-handed hitter or a left-handed pitcher. But they're going to use him anyway. I mean, he's a regular player anyhow. He's going to come up sometime in this inning because you're down at the bottom of the order.
Reds by a pair at 7-5, so with nobody on, one swing cannot tie this game. Santana had a pair of hits, 2 for 4, batting in the leadoff spot last night. 3 for 7, 3 RBIs in this series. Cingrani, the owner, 3 saves. Saved his first one of the year here against Milwaukee, the last homestand, and then also picked one up in that same homestand against the Pirates. Saved the only win the Reds picked up in Philadelphia. Now Tony's fallen behind 3-1. To the shortstop. And Cozart throws him out.
It's a nice comeback for Cingrani because he got behind in the count. He threw a couple of breaking balls to start the at-bat off, and then threw a fastball out of the zone, but came right back and pounded some strikes in there and made Santana swing the bat.
So now it's Chisenhall with one out. Chisenhall, a career .240 hitter against lefties. 0 for 1 in tonight's game. Jumbo Diaz, the pitcher of record for the Reds. Been just over a year since he got his last big league win here against the Giants last May 14th. Two now to Lonnie Chisenhall. Rajay Davis waiting on deck. 5 spot in the bottom of the 6th inning. A big inning of this game for the Reds. 2-run double by Votto, 3-run homer by Suarez. Bruce hit another home run in the 8th. Full count. Swung at ball 4 there.
The Indians have been running the count up all night long. This is the 10th full count that they have seen tonight.
They have been issued, and the tying run now for Cleveland will come to the plate.
Well, a 10-pitch at bat before Chisenhall finally works a walk.
Now it's Rajay Davis, 1 for 3 with a walk. Reds up 7-5 Out hit the Indians 9-8. Lost the first 2 games of this series in Cleveland. And a bounce back with a win here tonight. Final meeting of the season between these two comes up here tomorrow night. An eye on Chisenhall over there. 2 pickoffs already this year for Cingrani.
I don't think Chisenhall was even off the bag that time.
Cingrani gets ahead 2 strikes.
The weapon that Cingrani has as far as the move to first base, very effective in shutting down the running game. Unless you absolutely need the stolen base, you just take a shot that you go on to get a pitch where he decides to go to the plate. But I mean, Chisenhall is not very far off the bag. In fact, he even shortened up the lead right there. So when Cingrani goes to the plate, it goes from a 2-step lead to a 1-step lead.
Well, you're a base runner. The last thing you want to be in a situation like this is picked off.
Well, if you're the first base coach, the last thing you want to do is explain to Terry Francona why the base runner got picked off.
No doubt. Oh boy, deep drive by Davis, and the game is tied. A multi-home run game for Rajai Davis.
Well, that was a no-doubter. I'm really befuddled by the number of breaking balls that Tony Cingrani has thrown in this inning. And to get beat on it.
3rd career multi-home run game for Rajai Davis. And the Indians have tied this game here in the 9th. Well, the Reds will have a shot in the bottom half. Keep it the way it is right here at 7-7.
With the Aroldis Chapman around, the 9th innings are always very interesting because you never knew what Chapman was going to do. Well, they're interesting this year too, but for an entirely different reason.
You look ahead to the Reds' 9th. Well, the pinch hitter for Cingrani, and then the top of the order. Phillips will take care of Kipnis for out number 2. Now the dangerous Francisco Lindor will be up. Here comes Brian Price. J.C. Ramirez has been throwing in the bullpen. Reds are going to make a change with regard to Lindor. He's a very good hitter from both sides of the plate. 280 is his weaker side. That's the left side. Brian Price out. Adam Duvall will jog out into left field. Holt will leave. And the Reds will bring on a new pitcher here at the top of the 9th with 2 men out. before. But Rajay Davis did him in with his 3rd career multi-home run game with Chisenhall aboard, who had walked on a 3-2 pitch. The Indians have tied this game at 7, and now J.C. Ramirez will try to keep it that way. Hope that the Redlegs can get a run in the bottom of the 9th. Adam Duvall has taken over in left field. He'll bat 9th. He'll be up first in the bottom of the 9th. But Ramirez must get by the dangerous Lindor here first. He has a couple of hits tonight. Here's Duvall out in left. Phillips throws out Lindor and sets the stage for hopefully a bottom of the 9th inning win for the Reds. Going in, we're tied at 7. Cincinnati right now is 2-run home run against Cingrani. Forces the Reds to bat in the bottom of the 9th inning. Now if they can get something here in the bottom of the 9th, all will be forgiven. They'll try to do it against this right-hander Brian Shaw.
Now, Brian Shaw, not a great earned run average, but he does have a strikeout pitch. He has struck out 17 in 16 innings. Way too early to worry about when you've only got 18 games under your belt as a reliever to worry about what your earned run average is. His last year and the year before, very tidy, under 3.
Shaw pitched yesterday, faced 2 batters, retired them both, Hamilton and Votto. Here he'll get Duvall to start the bottom of the 9th inning. Adam comes in hitting .277, 7 home runs. He's driven in 16. Very nice road trip for Duvall. 8 hits, 18 at bats. He could end this thing with 1 swing. Deep ground ball to third, and Ramirez just does get him at first base. Brian Price up to the top step. They want to look at this. A long throw from Ramirez and good hustle by Duvall.
Well, Ramirez took 1 extra step in warming up for this right there, and he did cut across a pretty good throw, and I think they got him no problem. Guy's a jack of all trades, and at age 23 years old, he's been very dependable for the Indians.
Top of the order now, and Zach Kozar. Zach's had a 3-hit night. Up that average 15 points to 325. Reds trailed early, then led in the middle part of the game. Took a lead into the ninth. Indians have tied it. Now the Reds can win it with something here in the bottom of the ninth.
Shaw is one of those right-handed pitchers that specializes in throwing a cut fastball. You watch, every one of his fastballs will move away from a right-handed hitter. He throws it hard.
That's the Mariano Rivera pitch.
Yeah, it is. I mean, as a short reliever like Shaw is, you know, you can get away with just 2 pitches. And that's all he has is a cutter and a slider. So you've got a cutter and a bigger cutter. What Kozar's looking for is a cookie cutter.
Hamilton on deck. Crowd tonight of 22,815. Reds back home after a 5-day road trip. And home for 5 days. 2 with the Indians and then 3 with Seattle. It's an all-American League homestand. Kozar is rung up by Ryan Blakeney at first base. Billy Hamilton now with Votto on deck, 2 out.
That's the cutter, and that's a great example of it right there, that you think a pitch is going to be on the inside corner, and suddenly it's 6 or 7 inches off the plate and beyond a spot where you can put any part of the bat on it. It's one thing to throw a cutter, it's another thing to throw it at 95.
Well, Hamilton trying to get on base for the 3rd time tonight. Stole a base in the 1st, reached on a bunt hit, scored in the 6th. Bats with 2 men out, bases clear here in the bottom of the 9th. Hamilton facing Shaw, the 6th pitcher used tonight by the Cleveland Indians. Mike Clevenger, way back when, made his big league debut as the starter. Kyle Crockett, Zach McAllister, Jabba Chamberlain, Jeff Manship, and now Shaw. He gets Hamilton looking, and the Reds go in order in the bottom of the 9th. So, extra innings on this Wednesday night. Represented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Extra inning games for these two teams. Reds are 1-1 in extra innings. Indians 0-3. J.C. Ramirez, who retired Lindor to end the 9th, goes back out there for the 10th. He gets Napoli, Ramirez, and Gomes. 7-9-0 Cleveland, 7-9-1 Redlegs in this game. Napoli 0 for 4. Almost looked like I'm trying to get out of the way swing there by was. Ramirez waiting on deck. Now a full count. He's ahead of Napoli 1-2. Indians trying to put the leadoff man on. Did he go? He did, according to the home plate umpire, Tim Timmons. Break for the Reds there, results in out number 1.
You know, we see more of these on high pitches where a batter just can't pull that bat back because his whole upper torso is turning around, half of it in an effort to get out of the way of the pitch.
Benefit of Reds on that one out. Here's the switch hitting infielder now. Started in the outfield, Jose Ramirez. He's 2 for 4. Toward Duvall. And that's a second out. Duvall gets his first chance of this game ever, just coming in. And now let's look ahead to the Reds' 10th inning. You're going to have Votto, Phillips, and Bruce. Anybody gets on Suarez. And hopefully Ramirez can hang a 0 in the top of the 10th inning, give that group an opportunity to win it. Right by Suarez at third. The go-ahead run is on. Suarez had committed an error earlier.
Now, the ball is hit hard by Gomes, no doubt, but that's not even a step to your left there. Still tried to play it off to the side.
Suarez commits his second error of the night. His first error turned out to be costly, and that runner, Napoli, came around and scored. Let's hope that is not the case here. Gives Marlon Byrd a chance. He's already driven in 2 tonight. Here's a wild one that gets away from Barnhart. Gomes is in scoring position. Now at 1-0, and with first base open, the Reds will elect to pass on Byrd. That, by the way, was ruled as a pass ball on Tucker Barnhart. Michael Martinez comes out of the dugout. He will bat for Shaw. Riggins to the mound. That leaves Terry Francona now just his backup catcher, and Chris Jimenez on the bench. Martinez has spent most of this year at AAA. Came up from Columbus on the 14th of May. And Michael Brantley went back on the disabled list. At 288 down there with 2 home runs and a dozen runs batted in. With the Indians, he's 3 for 6. He had an at bat last night. He was retired. He had an at bat on Monday, and he doubled. He's seen action in all 3 games of this series. Ramirez has Martinez at a ball and 2 strikes. Gomes the go-ahead run out at second. Bird over at first. Got him. Martinez on an appeal. Rung up. Due up for the Reds. Votto, Phillips, and then Jay Bruce, who has a pair of home runs in tonight's game. Bottom of the 10th, right around the corner. The game, he was called out on strikes to end the top of the 10th. He's now in left field. Marlon Byrd out of the game, and the closer of the Indians, Cody Allen, comes in to work the bottom of the 10th.
Well, Terry Francona's been able to really pretty much hold back his bullpen through the first couple of games of this series, with his team scoring 15 then 13 back-to-back games. Reds, on the other hand, have used a lot of pitchers over the last few. They've used one of their new ones already tonight in Jumbo Diaz.
Cody Allen 9 for 9 in save situations this year. Obviously, this is not one of those. Votto leads it off in the bottom of the 10th. Hammers it to right field, but unfortunately right at Lonnie Chisenhall.
Boy, how about Joey Votto getting up there ready to rip the first fastball and get the head out, hitting it to right field. A rarity there, but that ball was scalded.
Here now is Phillips.
Well, if it's any consolation, both times that Votto has put the ball in play tonight, it has been hit very hard.
And had not been involved tonight in terms of offense. He's grounded out twice, struck out and lined up. Bruce is on deck. did work an inning in last night's game. Worked the ninth. Votto hit it hard, line to right to start the inning. Phillips now, Bruce next. Little old run will win it here for the Reds. Deep into the corner, down the right field line, and a foul ball. Boy, wouldn't that have been something? A few more feet, that could have curled inside that pole and been a walk-off Reds winner. Toward the hole, but cut off by Ramirez, and a nice play over there by Jose Ramirez.
Boy, he's made a number of nice plays, and it really doesn't matter what position you put Jose Ramirez in. Wages way to his left, and the throw right on the button.
2 out for Jay Bruce. They hit that home run back in the 8th inning that gave the Reds a 2-run lead. Reds have not had a base runner since. Three for 3 with a walk, including a pair of home runs tonight. Suarez is on deck. Bruce 1 for 3 lifetime with a home run against Allen. Walked against him in the 9th inning last night. Foul, came back fair, and Bruce is out. But had some spin on it. Was fair, went foul, came back fair. Allen recognized it, picked it up. And this game continues on into the 11th inning. Season long, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. The pitcher on for the Reds is Caleb Cotham. Pitcher number 6 for Brian Price tonight. Cotham was part of that Monday night game in Cleveland, which the bullpen gave up 8 runs. He followed Lane Thompson. Gave up 2 of his own in an inning and 2/3. He gets Chisenhall to start the 11th inning. Good April by Caleb Cotham at 2.84. It's not turned into a good May for him in the first half of the month. So 10 earned runs in May. Chisenhall batting for the 3rd time. He flied out, came in as part of a multi-switch by Terry Francona. Walked or was on base when Davis homered in the 9th. Phillips throws Chisenhall out here, and a good start for Cotham and company in the 11th. Here's Rajay Davis. Pair of homers, 3 RBIs. 3 runs scored tonight after scoring 4 last night. He has scored 9 runs in this series. Rajay Davis. Davis on strikes. He faced Davis and fanned him on Monday, and he gets him again here on strikes on Wednesday.
Pretty good looking breaking ball right here for Caleb Cotham. He just starts that slider right on the edge, and no way Davis is going to even get to it.
Here now is Kipnis with 2 men out. There's 2 out, nobody on in the 10th inning for Cleveland. Suarez made the error, and the pass ball, and the intentional walk gave the Indians a chance. But Michael Martinez was called out on strikes. Now here in the 11th, 2 men out, nobody on. Reds in their 11th. Suarez, the pitcher spot, and Barnhart. Reds on the bench have DeJesus and Ramon Cabrera left. Kipnis tonight, a hit in 4 plus a walk. Final slice out of play. Suarez will chase, but into the seats it goes. Suarez will have a chance in the bottom of the 11th inning. From an offensive standpoint, that big 3-run homer in the 6th. His glove has let him down tonight. Two and 2. Pardon me, 3 and 2. Toward right, Jay Bruce. And the inning is over. So good inning for Caleb Cotham. He sets the Indians down in order in the 11th. Brings us tonight's Volkswagen drive of the game. It occurred back in the 6th inning against Zach McAllister. Topped off a 5-run 6th inning for the Reds. That's our Volkswagen drive of the game. See if he can do it again right here. Ryan Shaw back to the mound. This is the 3rd time this year he has worked more than 1 inning. Closing in on 2 years since he worked 2 innings in a game. Back on June the 15th, 2014. Suarez and then DeJesus, who will bat for Cotham. Then Barnhart.
Well, this back-to-back punch at the very end of the bullpen for the Indians, very impressive with Brian Shaw and then Cody Allen. Allen is pitching about 70 games a year. Very dependable.
Lindor throws out Suarez. Leadoff man retired. 10 in a row retired by Indians pitching since the Bruce home run in the 8th.
Allen came up through the Indian system. He was a 22nd round draft pick out of St. Pete Junior College, 2011. The previous pitcher, Brian Shaw, ended up with the Indians in that deal that sent Shin-Soo Choo to the Reds.
So here's DeJesus in the 11th hitting for Cotham. Reds have Kivas Sampson now throwing in the bullpen. DeJesus 170 on the year with a home run. One at bat in this series so far. That was last night. So if this game goes to a 12, we'll see both pitchers that were called up from Louisville today. We saw Jumbo Diaz earlier, and it appears we will see Kivas Sampson. DeJesus trying to solve Allen. Down he goes on strikes. That'll be an opportunity here for Tucker Barnhart. Tucker 0 for 4 tonight. Put down an order in the 9th and the 10th. First two here in the 11th. Indians had a chance in the 10th. 2 on, 2 out. Went down an order in the 11th. Duvall waits on deck. Should Barnhart keep this 11th inning going? That's a strikeout of Barnhart. 2 impressive innings turned in by Cody Allen. Faced 6, retired 6. We move on to the 12th. And they'll send a new pitcher out there, Kivas Sampson. So both pitchers brought up from Louisville today see action here in their first day back in the big leagues. Sampson takes over.
Sampson was up here in the major leagues early in the year. He pitched 3 innings in 2 ball games. And he walked 4, struck out 3. They sent him out. They eventually took him off the 40-man roster with one of the roster moves the Reds needed to open up a space. He cleared waivers, went back to Louisville, stuck it out, and here he is back on the mound on the first day he's back in the big leagues.
Francisco Lindor leads things off here in the 12th inning. Lindor tonight had a pair of hits. His first 2 times up, nothing since that time. Talked about Sampson and what he did down in Louisville earlier. He went back down. Chris alluded to the fact he went down in the latter part of April. In 7 appearances, 3 of those starts with a 1.37 ERA down there. With 5 walks, 20 strikeouts in 19 2/3 innings. Waiver claim acquisition from the Padres. Lindor lays into this ball high, deep, and gone. Francisco Lindor, home run number 3, 3rd hit of the night, and the Indians have taken an 8-7 lead.
Most of the pitches on Lindor from Kivas Sampson, as you see, were just running outside. So he said, I'm not going to walk this guy. And he came down in there with a strike, and Lindor shows you some power. I mean, he has shown us everything in this series except a superlative play at shortstop. He's had some good plays. But not a highlight reel, but offensively, he has been everything that Terry Francona ever needed here.
9 hits in the first 3 games of this series.
I mean slapping the ball all over the place.
And the Indians will go back out of the field in the bottom of the 12th, trying to make a winner of Cody Allen. Napoli hitless tonight in 5. And Napoli is called out on strikes. Timmons rings him up. Looked like Napoli almost waved off the home plate umpire there.
I think Napoli probably thought this pitch was low. What does our box tracks have it? Right on the lower edge of the strike zone. Napoli's not a believer.
Here now is Jose Ramirez. Pair of hits in 5 at bats. A home run by Francisco Lindor to center field has given the Indians the lead here in the 12th. Playable for Duvall. 2 out. Right-hander Dan Otero is throwing in the Indians bullpen. Reds will have that Duvall, and then the top of the order, Cozart, Hamilton. Anybody gets on, Votto. Otero in his major league career, 1 save that came back in 2014 as a member of the Athletics. Looks like he'll be trying to save it for Brian Shaw. Pardon me, for Cody Allen. Full count now to Yan Gomes. Well, the home run did the Reds in the 9th inning. The 2-run blast with 1 out by Rajay Davis tied the game at 7. Now the home run here by Lindor in the 12th inning has given them the lead. Good curveball and strike 3. Well, the Indians go in order after the home run ball, but the damage done. Lindor's home run giving Cleveland the advantage. Tonight, the Reds need to do something in the bottom of the 12th inning. They trail now 8-7. Took a 7-5 lead into the top of the 9th, and they'll need to get it done against Dan Otero.
Otero pitched a couple of innings in that first ball game, the very last 2 innings.
Gave up a couple of hits and 2 strikeouts and 2 scoreless innings. 31 years old. Been around a little bit. He broke in with the San Francisco Giants, spent 3 seasons with Oakland. And he was property of the Philadelphia Phillies, and not too long ago the Phillies sold his contract to the Cleveland Indians.
And they'll face Duvall to get the bottom of the 12th started. Jammed him there. He's going to get the first out of the bottom of the 12th. Handled by Kipnis. Top of the order now, and Kozar. Zach tonight, a 3-hit game, 3 out of 5. That ball will be caught by Kipnis. What a play.
Play is right.
The 2-time All-Star flashes a little leather there. That was not going to be caught by Napoli. Boy, oh boy, did Kipnis make some sort of play.
Napoli was closest to it. It looked like he called off Napoli. Kipnis did, and just made a little basket catch as he tumbles and holds on to the baseball.
Good concentration on the part of Kipnis results in the second out. Here now is Billy Hamilton. Votto on deck.
Lotero's going to make Hamilton earn his way on. He does not want to face Joey Votto.
Billy been on once tonight. When he had a bunt single in the 6th, he actually reached on a fielder's choice in the 1st and then stole a base. He's down a ball, 2 strikes here. To get on to bring Votto to the plate. Votto, if he gets up there, would represent the winning run. 2 out, nobody on. Slapped in the left, and that's a hit for Hamilton with 2 out. The Reds fans that have hung around will have an opportunity now to watch Votto bat with an opportunity to win it.
Billy's second hit on the night, and boy, is this a good one right here. This is really all the Reds are trying to ask of Billy Hamilton, is hit that ball late right out of the catcher's mitt, slice it the other way. Now the question is, will Votto give Billy Hamilton a couple of pitches with which to try to steal second base, or are you just up there trying to let it rip? I don't think you pay any attention to Hamilton. You go up there and you let it rip. Whatever you see and you like.
Joey had the 2-run double in the 6th. Lined the first pitch you saw in the 10th inning against Allen, but right at the right fielder, Chisenhall.
What the Indians and Reds are both thinking about is if Billy Hamilton steals second base, they're just going to simply walk Votto. Or would they put the winning run on base? Phillips is 0 for on the night. He's on deck.
Joey ahead now 3-0. Phillips has been. He waits on deck. A clutch performer for the Reds this year. To Votto. 3-1.
Come on, strike him out.
Three and two.
Otero not really trying to do much to trick Joey Votto, just continuing to throw that little two-seam fastball that darts away and sinks. Indians outfield playing very deep. The last thing they want to do is have a ball go over their head and stay in the ballpark to give Billy Hamilton a chance to tie this baby up.
Billy on the run, and that's ball 4 to Votto. A little 2-out uprising by the Reds. 2-out single to left by Hamilton. 3-2 walk to Votto. Phillips will have the chance. Mentioned at the start of the day, he was in the top 10 in the league in hitting with runners in scoring position. Started the game at .421. 0 for 2 in those situations for him tonight. Tying run Hamilton second. Winning run first Votto. In the hole, 2 strikes. In the air to right. Chisenhall is there. And the Indians have won the first 3 games of this series. They win it in 12 tonight. The final score, the Indians 8 and the Reds 7. Reds Live post game comes up right after this.